Hello and welcome to another stream. Hope you all have a great few days, and it's almost the end of the year, so let's go out with a bang. Today we will be looking at uploading our web app to Azure, so people actually can use it, and after that we will be improving it. If you have any questions or song requests, feel free to ask them in the chat. So let's get started. For the people that didn't join last stream, let's see where we end up. Oh. So let's open our app. See where it opened and on what ports. Quickly disabled some notifications. It's a weird port. That's weird. Last time everything worked correctly, but now there's an error, so let's quickly fix that before continuing. We got an error that the list wasn't present, but so quickly check that out. So for the people that weren't here, the app is loaded from this component. Sorry. And let's see if we can debug it. So the problem, I think, is that it doesn't return anything. As we don't have a to-do app yet, or the list is not saved. So let's quickly fix that. So to save the app, we created a service called the to-do list service, and it just has a save and then a get. Quickly do some checks to see if there are any keys. and if there aren't, we should return an empty list. So let's just await it. So quickly put this in. And otherwise it can just, let's create a new to-do list and also add one item to it with fill up your to-do list. So if there's a new user without any data, it should get a new to-do list containing fill up your to-do list. Let's quickly set up. Yeah. So now if we still refresh it, it won't create an item because it's still in our local storage, but it's just an empty list. So that's pretty good. Let's quickly edit. So what we want to do is, let me quickly go to Azure. So this is my Azure environment, and what we want to do is create a resource for hosting our app. But as Blazor App is just some files, there's no point in creating a server and all that, so we can use the Azure static web app. So let's start with that. And before we do that, just push our code to the cloud so we can publish this one. We'll be using Azure Actions to build and deploy it to the app. So, static web app. The nice thing about it is they're really cheap. So that's always good. And let's call this to-do app. So we create a resource group, and a resource group is like a folder on your desk, but there can only be one of them. But it's to group your projects and your files together. So we created a resource group. Let's also call this to-do app site, and let's call it in Europe, as I live in Europe. Now we just need to give it access to GitHub, so it already links it. To do Twitch demo, and we only have the master branch for now, but later we can create an episode on a branch and deploy that, so you can see what's live for an episode. But for now this should be fine. Let's create it. Let me check. Yeah, oh, that was let's use the Blazor framework, and we don't have an API for Azure serverless, so for now we just keep it this simple. So now you can see this. We created a web app, and let's share this with the stream. If you go to this URL, you can see the web app. It doesn't contain our application yet, as we didn't deploy it, but this website is running, so it's really easy with Azure to create a new app. Yeah, let's go to the Github. As you can see, Github now made a commit and changed this file. So basically what this does is creates a build street that's basically building our app and creating it ready for the people online to see it. As you can see, we didn't configure it right, so the client folder doesn't exist, so it failed. So let's quickly fix that. If we go to code, in my previous one, there was some changes. Give me 1 second, there's someone calling me. Sorry, I'm back. Let's check where we left off. So now let's quickly change this. Pull and push. Let's Visual Studio catch up. And we just called it To-Do. So let's quickly check it in our File Explorer. It's not in a folder, that's I do prefer it in a folder, so let's quickly do that. So just create a folder called To-Do. So if we create any other projects, we can make them in their own folder, so it doesn't get too cluttered. And let's delete bin, as this is automatically generated. Basically containing the output of a project, but you don't ever push that. But now this is broken. Let's quickly remove it. And this also doesn't delete the project, it just removes the link. So let's quickly add an existing project, Todo, and let's add it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Now quickly let the push happen. So that happens, and now let's get a Github ready and do a quick refresh so it's the newest version. And let's see if we Todo, we don't have an API, so that can be removed. Let's see if this works. I believe it shouldn't work, but let's see. Let's get you through the steps. And let me quickly post my stream on a few more platforms. If anyone has any music requests or anything else, feel free to let me know. So now it's saying that it couldn't find a build Azure or anything in the package.json. So let's quickly make sure that that works. So let's go to the code. So if we break down this build pipeline, there are a few things. It builds on push to master and on pull requests. And here it basically checks if it's a push or pull request and it's not a closed action. Then it runs on a Ubuntu machine, and we now have an action. It's called build and deploy, and this is the checkout. So in the checkout you basically pull all your code in so you can modify and deploy it. So the next step, is to make sure the project gets built. Build with .NET. You can name this everything, but just for you to know what you're doing. And we just tell it .NET build, so it knows that it should build, and we give it a configuration with it. So defaultly, I think it's called it uses debug, and you can change some settings and some other stuff on it. And for your app that you deploy, you should always use release. And for the other one, just making sure that we have .NET installed. So this is an action that downloads .NET and then make sure it's available. Let's give it a quick white line, and let's add another one. As it's built, it should also be published. So it basically prepares everything correctly. So those secrets are made by Azure, so you don't need to worry about whatever you are doing. And just remove the API location. And for the output location, because we want to deploy not Todo / bin let me check this as I prepared it on my other screen. We basically want to tell it where the output of the app is, so let's quickly do that. So it grows from the to-do app or folder, and then just release So let's see how I did and if I did it correctly. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. Or if you just want to say hi, that's also perfectly fine. So Github has set up this build pipeline. So it just has a machine that can run this for you, and it just builds the .NET, and now it builds. So that's I didn't make any mistakes there, so that's good. Now it's publishing. So let's quickly wait that up, and let's hope that everything worked. So we still get an error, as it's saying that our package.json doesn't have, if it loads it up, doesn't have build script. So let's quickly package JSON build scripts. So it's just scripts. We don't really care about it, as we already built it. So let's quickly make sure it works. npm build. It works. It doesn't do anything, but at least the build pipeline is happy. If you have any questions about the stream, feel free to ask them. So let's go to our actions. Let's quickly wait until everything's set up. So I'm just checking my other screen and linking this up, linking my domain up to the site, so we can have a pretty URLs instead of the one I posted in the chat. Let's hope it works now, as it didn't before. this step should still work. So I just quickly refreshed my DNS, but it's not working yet. Oh. So those are warnings, just telling us that we don't have a license and a repository field. It's not really important, as we're only using it to build our gulp and our CSS. As you can see, it's in progress, so that's a good point. It takes a while, and this is just a small project, but normally you don't have to watch it, you just push and it works, but when you're fixing this is easier. So after we uploaded our app, are there any things you guys want to do? I was thinking about improving some UI. But we can also add an API using Azure Functions. So let's hope it. As you can see, you can now go through this URL. I will post it again in the chat, and it will show you the web app. So that's pretty cool. And it wasn't that hard. We just built our app, and after that we pushed our code to it, and now we never have to worry. We just can push it, and it's online. I don't see any questions from the chat, so I think that everything is clear. So let's continue with our app. So we can make it more clear that you can insert a new to-do app, and we can also fix this weird button, as it still displays this error until you click somewhere else, and then it allows it to remove. So let's start working on that. And maybe add a title. That should be also better. So let's go to our pages, to our list. So just add some titles so people know what it is. That's really important, of course. And let's try to fix some like those buttons and the input. And maybe after that we will make the list be able to drag and drop, so you can change the priority and order of them. Woodchuck. Let's open Tailwind and see what we want to do. If you enjoy the stream, feel free to drop a follow, really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat or just want to talk. That's also completely fine. App okay, yeah, we're using Tailwind in our app. We just started pretty empty, but we deleted our the default Bootstrap theme and are improving the style from now and then. But I have some other projects, and I started using Tailwind there, and I really like it as how do you say, Bootstrap. All the sites look the same. They have like the same types, and yeah, you know, they have the same feel. And with Tailwind you can change a lot and really make it your own without writing a lot of CSS. So that's for me, that's a really good middle way. Thank you for the question. Yes, I use npm. Let's quickly show you. We just use the dev dependency and we install gulp post CSS, preg CSS, tailwind CSS, and auto prefixer. And we have our gulp file, and we just run this. You can aggressively remove more of the CSS that you also don't use, but for development I don't like that really, because if I want to use the CSS class, I need to rebuild it every time. But you could do that for your build pipeline, or if your project gets a little bit bigger. If you're interested in seeing how we did it, there's my previous stream on YouTube/topdev. It's in the description below. But if you have any questions or any problems, just post it in the chat, and I'll see if we can help you out. Yeah, we were looking at Tailwind. Let's quickly go to the documentation. Let me quickly see what exactly we want to change. So for now, this works. It's not the prettiest, but we'll leave it at that. But let's fix this on. Not exactly what we want. Let's just make it a little bit bold for now. Of course, I need to restart, otherwise it won't work. If you have any questions about what we're doing or what we did, feel free to ask them in the chat, and we'll get back to you. We just deployed our web app to this URL, and you can check it out if you want. We're using static web apps, so it's really easy to quickly deploy a web app. And let's use the 2XL for our title. So this is a little bit better. It isn't perfect yet, but I really want to know why this is true here and not to the end. So let's look at that. So let's quickly check our CSS here. So it has a width of full, but for some reason it's not taking everything. Even through the list is let's just make this a div and this also a div. And let's see what that does. Oh, of course we need to change this to a div also. Let's quickly try to find out why. It's a container with a max width, so we probably want to remove the container and see what that does. Yeah, that looks way better. Now we can at least have the full range. Now quickly fix our input. First we will add a placeholder. So that's really easy, just a placeholder and just new to do text. So now people know that they can press there and fill it in. And but the problem was with the binds, after the text changed, it didn't update, but only when you pressed outside of the box it updated. So let's grab the Blazor page and check if we can fix that with form validation. So we still do it the proper way. So that's pretty easy. We just add required. So what I like to do is don't mix my models for the data. What now we only have the front end, so it's not that big of a difference, but a web app. But for now we just like make a folder inside our models with forms, so we know that this is used for forms. And let's create a class. New, I can type to do item form model. And let's give the tag required and just give the single property with a string and the name. Hello Mongoose, thanks for checking it out. welcome to the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. If you're wondering what we did, we're just creating a simple to-do list, and we just deployed it to Azure using Azure Static Web Apps and our Github actions. And we're now making some small improvements, like form validation instead of checking if this is empty. So now go to our form, and let's make this a different component so we keep everything clean. Let's make it code behind so it's all set up for us. New to-do item. Let's screen this out, and let's remove this so we're not using it anyway. So let's create a new model for this. Let's call it to-do item. And copy let's go to our list and copy the button. Let's remove this label, as we're gonna make this happen using the form validation, and also remove this, as we're just cleaning this up. If you have any song requests or any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. So if you're creating your Blazor app for the first time, the Blazor doc is a really helpful tool, and I also check it out a lot just to make sure that I'm doing everything correctly. And the form validation I didn't have to use a lot of in my work, so I'm just checking that out to make sure that I do that correctly. So we just create a component edit form. This is the default component of Blazor that we can use. And we need to give it some properties. Like it wants the model, we want to submit, and that's the to-do item. And let's create a function that's called when there's a valid submit. So valid submit is when all the data tags like the required or minimum length or maximum length are required and are done. And it just calls this function, and we will fill that later. This will probably just call an event through the other through this component, so the other component can handle the adding to it to the list. And we also want some data annotation validator in the validation summary. And then we want an input text. Text. And then bind. And this is the to-do item.name. And let's add a button, or let's just copy this button and give it the type submit, so it basically submits this form. Let's see how this looks. And let's start our watch like yesterday. So we can quickly check what what's changed. let's put a class on it. So this just looks a little bit better. That's pretty stupid. I didn't add it to the component to the list, so it didn't update. I was wondering why it didn't change. So let's check, and this should work. But there's an error. We did give it a model parameter, but let's see what's the problem. Let's see if this works better. Not really. I don't see what's going wrong, but we'll find it out. If you guys see what mistake I made, feel free to help me. Requires either a model parameter or an additional edit context. But we are giving it a model parameter. I probably know what it is. Let's see. So the problem is that this is still null, and so it doesn't like that. So let's refresh this and see what happens. Why are you not loading? Have no clue why it is slow, but does it have an error? Also not. My music is out. Is my internet broken? Or did my Chrome just broke? Let's see if I get my music back up. Let's run it like this. Okay, that's good to hear. So we got a new error, so that's always good. Does this also need to be my Chrome is having some troubles, but let me close some of them. Yeah, I didn't think this should be it, but just checked it anyway. Let's check our inputs, bind value. My internet's still up, but my Chrome is having a weird time. So let me quickly close all the tabs and hope that works. If you have any questions, this is a great opportunity to ask them. The music is back, and my app is also running way better. And we made a typo here. This should be a uppercase. So let's check if this worked. This looks way better, but oh, it's kinda hidden. Yeah, we didn't do anything to handle the request, so let's work on that. The name field is required. So let's improve this a little bit. I'm wondering if you can add CSS to the input. But I can't find that right now, but new to-do item. So now we deleted our old one, but we can still check our Git to see what we changed, but not here. Let's copy those CSS classes and let's see how it looks now. This still doesn't work, but that was expected. And let's we removed our validation by accident, so let's re-add that, or basically the summary of it. But I want it to be on the bottom. So I'm wondering how this works if it's linked by the text. If any of you guys have any questions or if any song requests, feel free to ask them in the chat. And if you enjoy the stream, it would be really appreciated if you drop a follow. Let's see. It's a form validation. This should be just the validator itself, and that should be the summary. Oh, I put it here. That's why I displayed the message there. And let's make a div container and put it in here so we can change the text. So for the new viewers, we're using Tailwind for our CSS, and it helps us creating a really unique looking website, but without writing days of CSS. Text color, oh, it's text instead of fonts. If you have any questions about Tailwind, Blazor, or our Azure hosting, feel free to ask them in the chat and I'll be happy to answer them. So now the name field is required. Let's change this a little bit because I don't really like that message. Please provide text for your new to-do item. Oh, it works like this. So now check how it looks. That looks wonderful. So now make sure that the button works. That's otherwise this form is pretty useless. Quickly check this, and it was the event callback. So make it a parameter so the parent component can view it. And let's give it back the to-do item. new to do item. Let's call it on new to do item. Get sets, and then basically just call on new to do that invoke async using our new item. Await. You could also use something like automapper to modify those objects. Normally I would do that, but to keep it a little bit easier for everybody to understand, let's do it this way. And let's make this new, so the user can see it again. Empty. The callback is still not handled, but that should remove it. Yeah. So now we'll make sure that it edits it to the list. On new to do item, and then we already have a function for it. Let's modify this one as we don't need it anymore. And let's this can be gone. This can be gone. This can be gone. Let's go to the view and it was add to to-do list item. So when this is called, it will call this method with a parameter. And let's see if what I say is also correctly. Let's see if this still works. Yeah. Seemed a little bit weird, but it still works, so that's perfect. And our delete still works. So now let's improved input form. And let's push it. And it should be live in a minute or 5. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. Now we could look at if we can make our to-do list be draggable and droppable. I never done this before, and we went a little bit quicker through all the stuff than expected, but Let's see if this is what we want. Well, it's perfectly what we want. So let's check how we include it. So let's install the package. Hello, Tineke, how are you doing? Now let's add it to the startup. It's pretty late for some dinner, but good that it's still have some. So we copy the CSS of what they want. We can also always remove some, but this is just check like that it you can drag that it looks pretty. So let's see how it works. Let's see what happens when we just make it in a drop zone. And let's go further from there. I did everything it wanted to. Add relevant, you can copy the, we did that. So this let's put it here. Let's see if this works. It still doesn't build. Let's remove the order by for now. For now, I'm really wondering why it doesn't wanna work like this. Let's see the demo. Yeah, I was checking. It didn't say anything on the usings on the page itself, but those are both from the demo project. Never used this library, but that's a really good one. These are both the demo imports. Just interesting. That's nothing weird. And this is just at Blazor drag and drop. At least that's what it's saying. And we did that. Let's see what it does. Let's see if they did anything else. Startup, program. Also nothing. I'll just quickly check the documentation again. Just styles. This also looks good, Mongoose, or maybe I'm missing something. I could check the imports demo shared. See if there's something. No. Add. Does looks like that should work, but It was really easy to just grab this library, but if it cannot find the drop zone, I didn't type it wrong. No. And it also cannot find the context. Yeah, it did install it correctly, so let's just remove it otherwise. Last check, but add, create a stoppable. Last check is let's go here. Maybe add this to my imports. Oh, of course. Look, now it can find it. I'll create a pull request for the fix in the documentation after the stream. Let's see if it builds now. Yeah, let's see how it looks. Let's remove this. Test 2. It doesn't look too good, but we can drag and drop, so that's pretty cool. Really easy when once you find out what's the problem. Let me quickly find out what I changed the order. Why did it break my entire... let's see what happens when we don't apply the CSS, as we don't want to destroy our entire page. Welcome Metcow to the stream. That's really annoying that it destroys our CSS. Let's just go to our CSS and try to fix it using our min height, and let's give it a height of 100% of the parent. Let's not change the height, as that doesn't work. We need to do the width. If any of you guys enjoy the stream and haven't followed it yet, so please do, as it helps me a lot. Plug drops on. By what is the width set? Because I just And if we give this a width of 100%, it should work. So not sure why it. Oh, I know why. We need to rebuild our CSS. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. Well, that didn't fix it. Edit. I needed to refresh our CSS. That's pretty cool. Now we can move our tiles. But let's see if we can are there any events? I don't believe that let's clean this up. We need to check if the list has changed. And then modify and save our drop down. We can check the set. Let's not read only, private list containing the to-do. If anyone has any song requests or any questions, feel free to ask them. So what we did now was instead of using automatic properties, we assigned it ourselves. And if we now add a bracket around here, we can check if this works. Check. So for the first instance, it doesn't really override it. Let's see the demo page. 2 sounds. Yeah, that's fine. Accepts. Using a grid. Let's see observable collection. Maybe we can put this in the and change our list to an observable and change this. Let's fix this. Let's clean up this and I'll remove this as we don't need it anymore. Gonna remove this bracket and this bracket if it's not really required. Can I let's copy this. So this is just something we can make this cleaner and do this private object sender. And let's just go save on that. So let's see if this works. Now our list is also saved on changes. So let's just push this to our web app. Edit, drag and drop support. So for the people that didn't join earlier, well, we started with deploying our app to Azure Static Web Apps. So if you check the URL in the chat, you can see that it's online. The drag and drop doesn't work yet, as we are just updating it. But we created an Azure pipeline, or not an Azure pipeline, and a Github action. So if we go to Github, we can now see that Twitch demo, and you can see that it's updating. It's just building, running a checkout, so grabbing our code, making sure it has the right framework to build it, building it, and then publishing it, and then deploying it to a web app. So if you are curious, you can check it out at the URL in the chat. And let me see here to do that. And let's check our Azure portal, to-do website, custom domains. Let's add one. todo/topdev.com. Validating, adding. So now it's adding our custom domain. Earlier I added, I changed my DNS, so that's basically how the URLs work. And now you can use, or wait, in a few seconds probably you can use to-do at topdev.com. And in a few seconds I will also add top.dev, and then you can also use that if you're ever interested in using it. It's not working yet, but it should in a few. Let's just give it a few moments. And let's quickly add the other one, top dev, to this side. And I just grab the copy, paste, and to do. Yeah, and now you can see that to do at topdev.com also goes to the page, but there's an error. And a quick refresh. It was probably in the deploy state, so that didn't work. But everything looks to be good. So that's pretty cool. Let's see if my other domain is also ready. Can I not add more? I don't know. For now, let's this be good enough. And let's see if there are any questions in the chat. No. Welcome to Robert Dino. Thank you for joining. And let's give this a star. It's pretty useful, but we still need to make pull requests for it to make sure that other people don't have the same problems as I did. Your repositories. How are you doing, Robert Dino? Let's go to the actions, and it should be online. So go to Todo at topdev.com, and now the drag and drop is also here. So today we deployed our app. We added drag and drop. We improved our error handling on the form. So now if we try to add something, it will say please provide text for your new to-do item. Duet Dusha, sorry I missed your follow, but really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. And if you have any song requests, also feel free to ask them. So we added the to-do list items. So let's try to make the site a little bit nicer. Let's add a header till. So let's see if anyone wrote some CSS for us. This looks pretty good. Let's show the code. And just copy this, and then we'll remove everything we don't need. So the nav menu, don't really need. For now, let's disable the toggle. And the nav link is also not necessarily useful for now. To do. Let's remove this. Let's check if this did anything good for our site. Oh, we removed our navbar from the main layout, so let's re-edit. Let's do it like this. It's here. It doesn't look too good yet, but let's add some background color to it. They use teal, but for now let's do green. So let's go to the navbar menu, and they use teal. Let's do green and 500. Yep. See how this looks. Already looks way better. Let's remove our ugly Todo header here, and let's modify it to make it ours. The download can also be gone. So this is the download. Let's remove this altogether. And let's make this 200. So let's remove this SVG and Todo app, and let's insert our logo into it. Let me quickly add a folder. Normally you would always, if possible, like to add an SVG, as it just kills best. But I don't have one yet for my logo, so if anyone wants to make it, feel free. But for now, let me check where I put it. I don't even know where I left it. That's pretty bad. Oh, I have a folder here, images. Yeah. Let's copy it. Let's open this in our file explorer. Let's paste it here. And let's just see how it looks. It's probably pretty ugly, as it's way too big. I want to remove this. That's pretty way too big. Let's see. Let's make it 50 pixels or something close to that. I believe they have a width. 48, that's close enough, and I'm not MD. That's still way too big. I use RAM 24, 12. Do they have something in between, like 18? Nope. Let's check Tailwind quickly for widths. $16. That looks pretty good. It almost looks like a professional app. Almost. Welcome Lemon Juice and Schrader. I believe I didn't see you in the chat before, but welcome to the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So if any of you have any suggestions or any questions, feel free to ask them. It feels like no one has any questions. So let's add some extra functionality, like and move this up and make this a little bit prettier, and maybe add a button to delete all done to do items. So let's work on that. So I'm just working on this app. I have a general way I want to go in, but if you have any questions or want to know everything about Blazor or Azure functions or something like that, feel free to ask them, and we can try to move a little bit closer to that. Let's also put this in a div with classes width is full and height is one view height. Let me check her. What I want to do now is basically make the hide screen. That's one. So what I want to do is can we add a priority button on the task and or deadlines? What kind of a priority button is like a drop down with low, medium, or high, or how do you envision that? let's also make this flex and justify center. What we could do was as a drop down with with the type like low, medium, or red, or high, and change the color accordingly. So we can adjust that maybe a little bit harder, but we can for now just add a priority. Let me quickly content center. Yeah. I hope that my spinner would be in the middle of screen, but my spinner wasn't agreeing with me. So for now, just put it here. Oh wait, of course, let's put it inside the div. That helps a lot. It isn't perfect, but it's already way better. Let me see if I can find out why. Content flex wrap, maybe. Pretty close. Let's keep it at this. And maybe so let's go to our to-do list component and to the model of it. We give it a priority, and we will make this enum, so we could. So an enum is basically for a list with all options you of a type. So to do item priority public enum. Am I just doing something weird, or it doesn't need to be? Oh, it's lowercase, of course. So let's do make it public, and then low, medium, and high. And let's add this here. So now we edit the priority, but it still needs to be able to edit Let's make a new input. No, a select is it? Sorry. So a select is a select box. It's also called drop down. So we're just going to loop through the to-do. La, 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 la. For let us loop through enum. So this makes it the if we ever type of. So if we ever add like super high, we don't have to change 10 lists, but it's all updated. So let's see if this worked. It's pretty empty, so I believe not. Let's see. Not really sure what kind of object it is, but maybe the Blazor form has select. Okay, so this doesn't do anything pretty. Let me quickly check what the object is like. So what I want to do is copy this and just put it in our code. Values equals and then for each var val in values console.write. Let's fix everything and let's see if this gets lost. So especially if you don't exactly know what you're doing, it's always really good to see how it looks. Oh wait, the select box is built different, I believe. Do we open it here? Yeah, the value should be here and the text should be here. So let's copy this. Now, as you can see, we can change the priority. But we didn't add it to the we didn't make it pretty yet, so we it doesn't really work on anything right now. But let's do a bind value to new priority. So let's bind it to this value. And then on the save, let's new priority equals todo item dot. And let's todo item dot I broke it. Oh, we're not allowed to use bind value. We should use bind. So for everybody in the chat, hope you're doing well. And if you have any questions or want to say hi, feel free to do that. So now it's still high. Let's refresh it and see if it's still high. And it's still high. Let's I don't want to put it in the title, but it would be pretty cool if we make the entire row a color based on the priority. So let's create a function. Public string get priority. Return and now it says converted. Looks even better. And now let's paste it. So now it should also paste the color here. Now they're all green except for the high one, and for some reason that's not supported. Oh, we already had some green. Let's remove that one. At our tea leaf, is this something you liked? I do wanna fix the color of this and this, and make this a little bit prettier. Let's give it a little bit padding. Margin, sorry, not padding. Oh, it's X, not I. And let's make it a little bit more clear that this is an input. Like the button as a shadow, if we also add that here and also on the welcome Lemon Juicer to the stream. Let's do one last thing to this, to the item. Get this one and let's string, I know the and return this, and then with the to do item that's priority. So, and now we can add some class to this. That didn't work. Let's see if it does. Just they may thinks it's all green. String to enum C#. Let's see if we can. Let's string objects and then just enum.parse. That doesn't work like I want to. And oh wait, we don't need to do it like this now. That doesn't look good. Let's leave this for now then. Let's quickly check it and then push it to the server. And then I will have a quick break of a few minutes to grab something to drink. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. If you have any suggestions, just also add them in the chat and I will try to add them as soon as possible. I think we crashed it. And now it works again. Better item. I do think it's better if we would if new priority is not equals no. Let's make it nullable. Then we wanna return this. Let's make it pretty. We're sure that let's look like this. So now if we never mind. I thought it would update it instantly. because edit the new priority is set, so it shouldn't be null anymore. Never mind, then let's keep it like it was. So we added the navbar and the priority. It should be live on todo at thopdev.com. If you have any questions or suggestions or music requests, feel free to ask them in the chat, and I will take a quick break. I will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. So for the people that just tuned in, let's do a quick recap of what we did. We needed to refresh our CSS. So we made drag and drop, but we also made a priority. So now if we press save, the color changes, and this will be kept when we refresh. So to give a little bit more order to your to-do list. If any of you have any questions or any suggestions for what we can add, feel free to drop them in the chat. Thank you. If no one has any suggestion, we could look at when somebody checks one bottom of a item off, that we move it to a different list, so you only see the current apps. So let's make a page for that, and also add it to a navbar. So just remove the hamburger menu. We will look at improving our mobile working on a different time. That didn't improve much, but oh, that's the problem. For now, let's keep it like this. Let's add another item. Gamerpool, thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. Welcome. If you have any questions, feedback, or song requests, feel free to ask them in the chat. Not sure why it didn't want to save, but my build broke, so let's quickly. Let's do a clean, let's see if that can fix it. Let's quickly restart it. As I don't know what broke, but something broke really bad. My music quits. It's not a very good day for Chrome. That's really weird. For some reason, my entire disk got filled up. Let's quickly move some items from my C drive. Now it should be working again. Yes, F in the chat. So now everything looks good again. Let's check how to make this clickable, and also let them be highlightable for when we click them and when we're on their page. So just go to Blazor and Novlink, and let's see how it works. So Novlink is a way for Blazor to match the URL shared navbar. Let's remove this. And let's put this in the class. Let us check if we didn't break anything. Doesn't highlight yet what where we are, but completed. And let's create a new item for this. Completed to-do list. Hello Tessie, welcome to the stream. If you have any questions or any feedback, arguments, or any song requests, feel free to post them in the chat. We're creating a to-do list. If you want to check out the latest version, you can go to todo@topdev.com, and we have a working demo there. So let's see if we can reuse this one. Let's add a parameter, and let's say if it's checked, prop boolean display checked. So let's go to our index page and say true. No, false, sorry. And I like to make a list, so public. Let's also make it an observable collection. To do display to do, and that returns to do items dot where equals display checked. And let's make this an enumerable. If any of you enjoyed the stream, it would be really appreciated if you liked the, or if you follow the stream. Let's see if it still works. Nope, it didn't. We're working with the observable collection. So that's after the Tessie, I believe it's from ReSharper. It's a plugin. I believe it's paid, but I will post it in the chat. But it has a lot of useful functions. Like I can refactor some stuff really easy. I can move really easy. But it's from JetBrains and a ReSharper. If you mean the to-do item. Yeah, it's really heavy. On my work laptop, I also have some problems with ReSharper and Visual Studio. But most of the times I like it enough to have to wait a little bit, but so the to-do list doesn't want enumerable. Oh wait, I know how I can fix this. We can just but that will delete, like I wanted to make it yeah, fun ID. Let's save them as different lists, but now do where x.status equals display checked. And let's go to our service. And bool checked item. No, that doesn't work. I'm sorry, this isn't doing what I wanted it to do. So what I want to do is make a separate list for both items, but we didn't design it for it, so it's a little bit of a struggle to get it working correctly. For everybody in the chat, really appreciate you guys here being here, and if you enjoy the stream, I would love a follow. It really helps me grow. And if you have any questions, don't bother to ask. Let's remove this using. If you guys have any good ideas, Tessie, by the way, there's also an IDE from JetBrains. Maybe that could work. I don't know how it works, but I believe they have a lot of resharper stuff built in. It's called Provider. If you have any suggestions about what we can do, just also feel free to drop them in the chat. I'm having a little bit of difficulty to think about what we can do, about how we can separate the two lists. For everybody that just joined, we made a to-do list. You can change the priority from low, and it changes the color. You can add some new items. Just drag and drop them in the order you want. And at the starting of the stream, we made our app on Azure using static web apps. So it's basically free. And we're using Github actions to deploy it, so we never have to bother to check and deploy our files. So after I push, it's automatically deployed. So you can see that it also works here. So what I want to do now, I think, is pretty this up. So make a combination form. So it also has an add button, and on the list, let's see if we can use Tailwind, if that has anything for it. So for who doesn't know already, we're using Tailwind. It's a CSS framework that allows for very modular code. Form group that doesn't look correctly. But the reason I like it is because it allows us for really customizable stuff, and it doesn't get the default bootstrap feel without writing a lot of CSS. Tailwind combine form and button. Not really what I wanted. Basically, I want something like this, but with a form and a button. I do think that's possible. And maybe should make the button green. Let's start with that. So let's go to our new background green 500. And let's see if it updates. Yeah, doesn't look amazing yet, but so let's change the width to 4 or 5 and give this a width of 1 out of 5. But that also means we want to move this one below. And let's check for the rounded, because we only want rounded on one side now. Yeah, so for the one we only want to do the right, and otherwise we'll only do the left. Rounded, so what is it? Rounded left. No, we only want to do the right. And for this one, border rounded left. This works, but it didn't really work yet. Let's see if we can override this with rounded none. Let's skip this song. If you have any song requests, feel free to ask them. Did we already have rounded on it? Yes, so let's remove that. I can't really see if that's correct, but Let's make the height auto, and let's do the same for this one, and make this, not sure why, but make it out of 6, and this will this is a width of full. That's a good reason. Let's remove the shadow and the padding for now of this one, and from this one, and also not make this a block. Let's see how this looks. Almost what I want, but what's the let's make it out of 5 again. And let's make this, let's grab it in a class and give it a full width. Oh, let's move this in here. Let's see if we border, or maybe remove the border. Maybe we'll do this. This is fine, it's way too big anyway. Should I get a little bit but we need full. Let's add a placeholder here. New to-do text. Still doesn't look amazing. Let's remove the width. Tessie, for my work, I have a CSS library that they defined. You can check it out at I typed it wrong. It's process. Yeah. So I made this site for my work. So this is all from my work library. I needed to use it. It was really annoying as a lot of things work with JavaScript and stuff. And for my own project, I never really used a component library, as I do like to challenge myself doing CSS, as I'm not really good at it. So that's why I like Tailwind CSS, as it still helps you a lot, but you need to do it yourself. But I looked at the libraries and they look pretty good, but I'm not sure Tailwind Blazor. If you want to set it up, this is a really good guide, but I don't think there is one created for you. What I most times do is create small components like a button and then apply my own style. Let me check. Portal.azure. So another site I made using Blazor, using Blazor and Tailwind's this one. It's not done yet, but it's like a recipe site, and like the cards are different component, and then the input is just like the body thing. So I like to create my own Blazor component library, if you like to say it, so I don't have to rewrite it every time. So that, but I don't never tried the other ones. This is the wrong version. Let's close the old ones, and we don't need this, and we don't need this. That doesn't matter. Yeah, that's a little bit too small, but let's add some padding. Padding for. Yeah, you're completely right. Like I always struggled with CSS, and then I made it like look pretty, and then I changed my resolution, and then everything breaks. And with Tailwind, it's a little bit easier to make it dynamic and everything. Can I make it like a 16 and not have the padding? Tessie, did you have any project yourself you used Tailwind? Let's add some horizontal padding then. Ah, I do think it looks pretty good. Let's make the text bold. Let me see. So it's the font weight. Let's use the bold one. For our button, but I think also for... Let's see, maybe you should look at the new font. That's okay, Tessie. I'm not an expert also yet. I just really enjoy it and try to use it more and more. But maybe if you watch a stream and you like it, you can get some new ideas. Let's give this a padding on the left of 2, so that doesn't get stuck there like that. And we should also let me see, like font medium. I think it's a little bit too much for the button. It's better. It's maybe make it white. Change the text color. Yeah, I like it. And also let's make this one bold. So now we go to our components of every list input. We're having some problems. And let's put it on the inputs and on the label. Let's see how this looks. I think for those, let's make it medium. But I do like it more now. But did you do anything cool with Blazor already, Tessie, or what's your experience with it? Yeah, in my opinion, this looks better. Let's see what happens when we do this full. Yeah, this is how I wanted it to look, pretty much. Maybe move it. I think I will remove this label and move the new one to the top, so you can really easy add new ones. That doesn't look correctly. Let's fix that. Let's see. Yeah, we have one UWP UWP app, but never really worked too much with desktop apps. But how are you liking it? Do you do full-time Blazor, or do you also do MVC, or? Let's check out why there's so much height between it. Because of the text. I believe that also has a gap. Should also be in one. Can we put this on here? Yeah, I really enjoy Blazor. We have a pretty big MVC project, or we have two on my company, and I'm currently working slash I mostly have to do other things, but when I get some extra time, I'm working and integrating Blazor into our MVC app. We already have one page done, and now we can create or convert more pages. So we at one time we can do the big step to completely convert it to Blazor. So that's really cool. where's this gap coming from? Did I have Blazor App, new to do item? Yeah, but it may be the gap. But you can see that this is nothing weird, and this there's a gap between them. Look, this doesn't have any margin or padding. And this also doesn't have any margin or padding. Yeah, it's computed, it's here. On the right. See what this does. Okay, so the gap fixed it. Now just give this some margin on the top of 4. Did I save it yet? Yeah, looks good in my opinion. What do you guys think? So now we can just the tessitor. Should we add new items to the top or to the bottom of the list? Let's skip this song to the top. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to our to-do list component. One second, quickly restarting my Visual Studio. It's sometimes doesn't give me any IntelliSense, and it's really annoying. Yeah, I know it slows my startup down. was it append? I never remember these things. Insert 0. That was it. And let's test this. It didn't work. Ah, it does work. Just wasn't impatient. Should we I'm just thinking oh, Tessie. Yeah, we can we did it in the start of the stream. Just quickly did a lot of stuff, but if you are interested, I think I will be deploying an Azure function on the next stream. So we are using a backend, but I just need to prepare some stuff for it. But I have my repository on Github. So if I go to my repository, it's public, so if you want to check it out, feel free. Post it in the chat. But this pipeline is mostly created from if you go to portal.azure, and you can find a static web app. So I don't know if you know what a static web app is, but it's basically a server, but it doesn't compute any of the files with normally like MVC. You need to render your files, but with Blazor that's not necessarily. So you just select your all the things, and it automatically creates a pipeline for you. But for Blazor it needed a few changes. So this is the basically the deploy step. We just told it that our app is to do, and that our app artifact location is bin, so that's just the publish location. And before that we added a step for adding .NET, and then building it, and then publishing it. You could also just testing, but I don't have any test in this project. I really enjoy I don't enjoy testing, but normally I would add tests, but I think it makes it really confusing if I'm also switching from test to test. So I left it here. But this on a push, like we have here on push, this is a pipeline is triggered, And if we go to the actions, you can see that it's running. So if you would be working with multiple people, you could put this behind a pipeline or behind a PR, and only build a master on developer. So now it's deploying it to the app. So if you go to Todo at topdev.com, you can see the current app, and with a few moments, if we refresh it, we can see the update. I think I will quit for tonight. I already have been going on for 4 hours. No, Tessie, let me quickly, for now I want to do it in steps. So first we created a service that just saves it to the local storage of your browser. So everyone's list is the same, but with the static web apps you can also add, let me open it. No, this is the wrong one. You can need this one. Oh, it's not showing here. I believe I did it here. Yeah, you can add functions. This doesn't have any functions, but if you know Azure Functions with serverless, next time I want to add the functions and store it in the Azure table storage for now. Just a really easy to set up way, really low cost, and not much complexity. So if you want to see other things, feel free to ask it, and I'll look into that and check that. But you're correct, there's no database yet. If you if you check your application and you see local storage, so there's a key with to-do list, and it has this stored in it. So just JSON. Good to hear, Tessie. If you want, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. I'll also post the day of going live on Twitter, so you know when I'm going live, and I'll just and I'll also post the unedited version without the music on YouTube if you ever miss it. So hope you all had a great time, and I'll hope to see you next time. Thanks for watching.